Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient glaciers of the frozen crown creaked and groaned under the pale winter sun, their crystalline surfaces reflecting the aurora that danced eternally in the northern skies. Gandalf the Grey stood at the edge of a vast ice shelf, his weathered staff casting a soft blue glow across the frozen wasteland. The wind whipped at his gray robes and long beard, carrying whispers of a magic so old it predated the very mountains that rose like jagged teeth against the horizon. In his hand, he held an orb of deepest blue, its surface clouded with swirling patterns that mimicked the snowstorms raging across the tundra. The artifact had called to him in dreams for months, pulling him north with an urgency he hadn't felt in centuries. Now, as he stood before the great ice wall that marked the edge of the known world, the orb pulsed with an inner light that matched the beating of his heart. "So, it is true," he murmured, his voice carried away by the howling wind. "The seals are weakening within the orb's depths." A face appeared noble, crowned in ice, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. The last frost king of the north, preserved in crystal and magic for millennia. Gandalf had known him once, in an age long past, when the northern realms were still green and filled with life. "Greetings, old friend." The face spoke, its voice echoing with the sound of cracking ice. "The time has come at last." The great frost stirs. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. He had hoped this day would never come, that the spells he had woven thousands of years ago would hold forever. But magic, like ice, could crack under pressure. The frozen army he had helped preserve, not imprison, as legends now claimed, was beginning to wake. Within days, word spread across the northern settlements. The eternal glaciers were melting, revealing ancient structures and armored figures trapped in the ice. Gandalf traveled from village to village, gathering the scattered tribes of the north. The nomadic peoples knew him only from legends, the gray wanderer who appeared in times of great need, but they heeded his call. In the great hall of Winterheart Haven, the last fortress before the endless ice, Gandalf stood before the assembled tribal chiefs. Beside him stood Sigrid Frostweaver, a young shaman whose dreams had been haunted by the same visions that had drawn Gandalf north. Her white hair and ice-blue eyes marked her as one touched by the old magics of the north. "The ice that has protected these lands for thousands of years is more than just frozen water," Gandalf explained, holding up the orb for all to see. "It is a seal, a barrier against something far more ancient and terrible than any force you have known." The orb projected images into the air, memories of a time when the North was besieged by an entity of pure cold. A consciousness born from the void between stars that sought to transform the world into an eternal winter. The Frost Kings of old had fought against it, and when they could not defeat it, they had chosen to become the lock that would keep it contained. "Our ancestors," Sigrid whispered, understanding dawning in her eyes. "The warriors in the ice, they sacrificed themselves willingly." Gandalf nodded solemnly. "I helped them cast the spell that would preserve them until they were needed again." The army was not imprisoned as punishment, but saved as hope for the future, as if in response to his words, a tremendous crack echoed across the frozen wastes. The gathered chiefs rushed to the windows to see great fissures appearing in the nearest glacier. From within the ice, armored figures began to emerge, their ancient armor gleaming with runic magic that had kept them alive through their long sleep. The next weeks were a blur of preparation and awakening. Gandalf worked tirelessly with Sigrid and her fellow shamans to help revive the ancient warriors, each one carrying memories of a world long past. The Frost King himself, once fully freed from the orb, proved to be a powerful ally in uniting the old world with the new. But time was against them. With each passing day, the ancient cold entity grew stronger, feeding on the very winter that had kept it contained. The northern lights began to twist into unnatural patterns, and temperatures plummeted to levels that even the hardy northern folk could barely endure. The final battle came during the longest night of winter. Gandalf stood atop the highest tower of Winterheart Haven, his staff raised against a sky that swirled with malevolent energy. Below, the combined forces of the ancient Frost army and the modern tribes prepared for combat against an enemy that was everywhere and nowhere a conscious cold that sought to freeze the very souls of all living things. The spell must be rewoven, the Frost King declared, standing beside Gandalf with his ice-forged blade drawn. But this time, we must not merely contain it, we must transform it. Gandalf understood. For millennia, he had carried the guilt of helping to lock away an entire civilization in ice. Now he saw a different path. The shamans formed a circle around the fortress, channeling the heat of life itself, the warmth of hearth and home, of community and hope. The Frost army, with their ancient magic, began a song that had been preserved in ice for thousands of years. As the entity of cold descended upon them, seeking to extinguish all warmth, Gandalf began to weave a new spell. Not one of imprisonment, but of transformation. The cold was part of the world, necessary and natural. It could not be destroyed, but it could be changed, balanced, made whole. The battle raged through the night, a spectacular display of magic that lit the sky brighter than any aurora. The very air crystallized and shattered, reformed and transformed. When dawn finally broke, it revealed a changed landscape. The eternal glaciers had been transformed into crystalline structures that pulsed with living magic. The entity of cold had not been destroyed or imprisoned, but transformed into a conscious guardian of winter's natural cycle. The Frost King and his warriors, their millennia-long vigil finally complete, found themselves transformed as well. No longer preserved in ice, they became the guardians of the new balance, teaching the northern tribes the ancient ways of living in harmony with winter's power. Gandalf stood in the morning light, leaning heavily on his staff, watching as the northern peoples ancient and modern began to build a new future together. The orb that had started his journey north had transformed too, becoming clear as spring water, reflecting not just winter's chill, but all the seasons in their eternal dance. Perhaps, he mused, as Sigrid joined him at the tower's edge, some problems cannot be solved by containing them. Only by transforming them into something new, the shaman nodded, her white hair catching the light of the transformed glaciers. And sometimes the solutions we seek are not in fighting the old magic, but in learning to dance with it. As Gandalf prepared to leave the north, he looked back at Winterheart Haven, now a bridge between past and present, between winter's danger and its beauty. The frozen crown of the world had been transformed, and with it, the destiny of all who called the north their home. In the end, it wasn't the strength of ancient spells that had saved them, but the wisdom to know when to let old magic flow into new forms. The northern lights danced overhead, now a symphony of natural colors, as Gandalf began his journey south, carrying with him new lessons about the true nature of magic, time, and transformation. Behind him, The transformed glaciers sang their ancient songs to the sky, no longer a prison of ice, but a living testament to the power of change. Story 2. The sea spray carried ancient memories on its salty breeze as Gandalf stood at the bow of the ship, his gray robes billowing in the wind. The waters of Marialta's coast had grown increasingly restless over the past months, and with each passing tide, fragments of long-buried memories surfaced in his mind like driftwood from a shipwreck. Below the churning waves, something stirred. Not the common creatures of the deep, but something far older, a pulse of magic that resonated with the very staff he held in his weathered hands. The dreams had been growing stronger, visions of spires that pierced clouds of bubbles, streets paved with pearls, and a doom he himself had helped orchestrate millennia ago. The seals are weakening, aren't they? A voice spoke behind him. Marina Tidecaller, the Royal Maritime Mage, stood with her silver-streaked hair dancing in the wind. Her eyes, the color of deep ocean trenches, held centuries of inherited knowledge about the mysteries that lurked beneath the waves. Gandalf nodded slowly, his ancient eyes fixed on the horizon, where the setting sun painted the clouds in shades of purple and gold. What your people remember as myths, I remember as history, he said softly. Atlantis was real, and its sleep grows restless. In the throne room of Marialta's coastal palace, King Caspian VI listened intently as Gandalf revealed the truth behind the increasingly strange occurrences along their shores. Fish speaking in ancient tongues, water flowing upstream, and most troublingly, the appearance of ghostly spires rising from the depths during the full moon. Your Majesty, Gandalf began, unrolling an ancient map onto the mother-of-pearl table. Your kingdom sits upon the shoulders of giants. Beneath these waters lies not just ruins, but an entire civilization preserved in a moment of time, a moment I helped create. The tale he wove transported them back thousands of years, to a time when Atlantis stood as the crown jewel of all maritime civilizations. A society where magic and science blended seamlessly, where great vessels sailed between the stars as easily as they crossed the seas. But their advancement had come at a terrible price. They discovered something in the deepest trench, Gandalf continued, his voice heavy with the weight of memory. A leviathan of the void, a being that slumbered in the dark since the world was young. Their deepest excavations disturbed its sleep, and with each passing day, its influence grew stronger. Marina's eyes widened with understanding. The great drowning, it wasn't a natural disaster. No, Gandalf replied, drawing from his robes a crystal sphere filled with swirling seawater that glowed with an inner light. It was a sacrifice. The entire civilization chose to enter a magical stasis, their city sealed beneath the waves, their bodies preserved in spelled water, to create a prison of time and tide around the Leviathan. I helped them cast the spell, watched as the waters claimed the city, street by street, spire by spire. King Caspian rose from his throne, his face pale. And now the spell weakens. As if in answer, the palace trembled. Through the great windows, they watched as a massive form breached the surface of the distant waters, not a whale or any natural creature, but a towering spire of crystal and gold, water cascading from its ancient surfaces. The lost city was rising. The next days were a blur of preparation and revelation. Gandalf and Marina worked tirelessly to establish contact with the awakening Atlanteans. Through ancient magics and Marina's innate connection to the sea, they created bridges of communication with a people who had slept for thousands of years. The truth they discovered was both wondrous and terrifying. The Atlanteans' sacrifice had not been merely to imprison the Leviathan. They had been working on a spell, a way to bind the creature's power and transform it into something that could sustain rather than destroy. But they needed time. centuries of magical accumulation that could only be achieved in their suspended state. The city rises not because the spell fails, explained Nereus, an Atlantean mage who spoke through pools of enchanted water, but because it is finally ready to be completed, yet dark forces moved against them. Not everyone in Marialta's court welcomed the return of their ancient predecessors. A faction led by the king's own admiral, believing the Atlanteans to be a threat, gathered forces to bombard the rising city with newly crafted weapons of war. The culmination came during a storm that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. As Marialta's rebel ships approached the emerging city, Gandalf stood atop the highest tower of the palace, his staff raised against the tempest. Marina channeled the power of the tides beside him, while below, loyal forces led by King Caspian defended against the admiral's coup. From the depths, the Leviathan finally stirred a creature of such immense proportions that its movement caused the sea itself to pull away in great walls of water. But the Atlanteans were ready. As their city broke the surface completely, a spell 5,000 years in the making began to take effect. Gandalf found himself weaving magic more complex than any he had attempted since the city's drowning. The Leviathan's power, rather than being destroyed, was transformed, channeled through the crystalline structures of Atlantis into a network of ley lines that would sustain and protect the seas for millennia to come. When dawn broke, it illuminated a scene of wonder. Atlantis floated serenely upon the waves, its ancient spires now home to both the awakened Atlanteans and the creatures of the deep that had evolved in their long sleep. The Leviathan, transformed, became a conscious guardian of the oceans, its power no longer a threat, but a source of protection and renewal. King Caspian, standing in the newly established chamber of cooperation between Marialta and Atlantis, turned to Gandalf with wonder in his eyes. All this time, we thought we were just a kingdom by the sea. We never imagined we were guardians of such a legacy. Gandalf smiled, watching as Atlantean and Marialtan children played together in the floating gardens that bridged the two societies. Sometimes the greatest wisdom lies not in fighting the past, but in learning how to help it transform the future. Marina approached them, her robes now bearing the combined symbols of both kingdoms. "The sea holds many more secrets," she said, her eyes twinkling with the same love of mystery that Gandalf had seen in her ancestors. "But now we have twice the wisdom to understand them." As Gandalf prepared to leave, knowing his work there was complete, he paused at the edge of the new harbor, where Atlantean vessels of living coral docked alongside Marialtan ships of wood and steel. The Leviathan's transformed power thrummed beneath the waves like a gentle heartbeat, a reminder that even the darkest depths could be transformed by patience, wisdom, and the courage to imagine a different way. The sun set over the doubled kingdom, its light playing off the crystal spires of Atlantis and the stone towers of Marialta, creating a symphony of color that celebrated the union of past and present, surface and depth, ending and beginning. In the end, what had seemed like a potential catastrophe had become a rebirth, proving once again that the greatest magic often lies not in preserving the past, but in helping it transform into something new and wonderful. Story 3. Deep within the whispering forest, where shadows danced between ancient trunks and the very air hummed with old magic, Gandalf the Grey stood before the mother tree. Its vast canopy stretched toward the stars like countless reaching hands, its bark etched with runes that glowed faintly in the twilight. Something had changed in the forest's song, a discordant note that he hadn't heard in thousands of years. The wizard's gnarled fingers traced the luminescent symbols, each touch awakening memories he had carefully locked away centuries ago. The runes were warnings, he remembered now. Warnings he himself had carved when the world was younger, and the boundaries between light and shadow were first drawn. "You feel it too, don't you?" A voice like rustling leaves spoke behind him. Thorn Oakenheart, the last of the true forest wardens, emerged from the shadows. His green eyes held the weight of generations of guardians who had kept watch over these woods. The Ancient One stirs. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff, its crystal head pulsing with a soft blue light that seemed to respond to the forest's unrest. "The seals are weakening," he confirmed, his voice heavy with the burden of ancient knowledge. "What your order remembers as legend, I remember as necessity." In the days that followed, Gandalf and Thorn traveled deeper into the forest's heart, gathering the scattered remains of the once mighty Order of the Green. Some had become hermits, others had turned to darker paths, but all felt the tremors of awakening power beneath the forest floor. Around campfires that burned with emerald flames, Gandalf shared the truth of their order's founding. "The Ancient One was not evil," he explained, watching the flames dance in the eyes of the gathered guardians. "It was balance incarnate, a being of such profound power that its mere presence could shift the equilibrium between growth and decay, life and death. Then, why was it sealed away?" asked Sarah Nightwhisper, a young warden whose ability to communicate with the forest spirits had marked her as special among her peers. Gandalf's eyes grew distant with memory. "Because balance, pure and unrestrained, can be as destructive as chaos. In the age before, the Ancient One's presence caused forests to spring up in deserts overnight, while others withered in an instant. Oceans rose and fell with its dreams. The world of mortals cannot withstand such raw power of change. The ground trembled beneath them, and in the distance, the mother tree's branches swayed without wind. The Ancient One was awakening faster than Gandalf had anticipated. The original seals created by combining his magic with that of the first forest wardens were unraveling like old thread. They discovered that not all of the Order had remained true to their purpose. A faction led by the ambitious Warden Blackthorn believed that the Ancient One's awakening was not a threat, but an opportunity. They sought to channel its power for their own ends, believing they could control what their ancestors had feared. The conflict came to a head during the night of the blood moon, when the barrier between physical and spiritual realms grew thinnest. Blackthorn's followers had discovered how to corrupt the ancient seals, accelerating the Ancient One's awakening. As they conducted their dark rituals, the forest itself seemed to writhe in pain. Gandalf stood before the mother tree once more, but this time he was not alone. Thorn, Sarah, and the loyal wardens formed a circle around the massive trunk, their staffs planted in the earth. The wizard began to weave a spell that drew upon both his own ancient power and the combined strength of the forest's guardians. The old way failed, he declared, his voice carrying over the chaos of battle between the divided wardens. "We cannot simply seal away that which represents the very essence of nature. We must instead learn to channel it, to become worthy guardians of its power, rather than its jailers, as the Ancient One emerged a being of light and shadow, of growth and decay. Neither good nor evil, but simply existence in its purest form. Gandalf revealed the true purpose of the Mother Tree. It had never been merely a prison, but a conduit, grown from a seed of the Ancient One's own essence, waiting for the day when the Wardens would be ready to become true stewards of natural balance. The spell Gandalf wove with the loyal Wardens did not seek to imprison the Ancient One again, but to create a symphony of cooperation between the great being's power and the forest's guardians. Blackthorn and his followers, consumed by their desire for power, failed to understand that true strength lay not in control, but in harmony. The ritual reached its crescendo as the blood moon reached its zenith. The Mother Tree's runes blazed with blinding light, and the Ancient One's essence flowed through the network of roots and branches that connected all life in the forest. Rather than a single overwhelming force, its power was distributed like water through countless streams, each warden becoming a living channel for nature's balance. When dawn broke, the whispering forest had been transformed. The trees hummed with renewed vitality, and the wardens found themselves changed as well. They could feel the pulse of the forest more clearly than ever, but now they understood their role not as controllers of nature, but as facilitators of its endless dance of balance. Blackthorn and his followers, those who survived, saw the truth at last. The Ancient One's power could never be controlled or possessed, only respected and guided. Many sought redemption, accepting a new role as students rather than masters of the forest's mysteries. Sarah, whose natural connection to the forest spirits had proven instrumental in the ritual's success, became the first of a new generation of wardens. "We were wrong to think our duty was to guard against nature's power," she said, watching new growth spiral up the mother tree's ancient trunk. "Our true purpose is to help guide it, to be the bridge between raw force and gentle growth." As Gandalf prepared to leave the Whispering Forest, he paused to admire the harmony that had been achieved. The Ancient One's consciousness now flowed through every leaf and root, no longer a single overwhelming force, but a distributed network of natural wisdom, guided by guardians who finally understood their true purpose. The greatest power, he told Thorn and Sarah as he took his leave, often lies not in binding or controlling, but in learning to dance with the very forces we once feared behind him. The Whispering Forest sang with renewed purpose. Its song now a harmony of countless voices, human and spirit, growth and decay, past and future, all moving together in the eternal dance of existence. The Ancient One was no longer sealed away, but had become one with its guardians, a testament to the truth that wisdom often means finding a new way forward, rather than clinging to the fears of the past. Story 4. The morning mist clung to Silver Vale like a lover's embrace, weaving between the ancient stone buildings and floating over the mirror like surface of the lake at its heart. Gandalf the Grey stood at the edge of the town square, his weathered hand gripping his staff tightly as he watched another villager transform their flesh crystallizing into perfect, translucent stone, a silent scream forever frozen on their face. The crystal plague had begun 3 days ago, spreading through the valley like wildfire. Already, half the population stood as beautiful, terrible statues, their forms catching the morning light and casting rainbow patterns across the cobblestones. Each victim was perfectly preserved, as if carved by a master artisan with powers beyond mortal ken. "I've seen this before," Gandalf whispered to himself, ancient memories stirring in the depths of his mind. Though it was an age ago, when the world was younger and magic ran wilder in its veins, a sound of breaking glass drew his attention. From a nearby alley emerged Elena Brightstone, the town's young healer, her arms laden with bottles of shimmering potions. Her eyes were red from sleepless nights spent trying to find a cure, but they still burned with determination. "Nothing works," she reported, her voice hoarse. "Every remedy I've tried only seems to accelerate the transformation. It's as if the magic itself is resistant to healing." Gandalf nodded gravely. "Because this is no ordinary plague, child. This is an echo of an ancient spell one that I helped cast thousands of years ago, though I had hoped never to see its like again." In the great hall of Silvervale's keep, Gandalf unrolled an ancient map before the town's remaining council. The parchment crackled with age, its surface covered in runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. "Long ago," he began, his voice carrying the weight of millennia, "this valley was home to a kingdom far greater than any now remember. They were masters of crystal magic, capable of feats that would seem impossible today. But their greatest achievement became their doom." His gnarled finger traced a pattern on the map, that matched the spread of the crystallization through the valley. They discovered a way to preserve life indefinitely, to transform living flesh into perfect crystal without losing the essence of what made each person unique. It was meant to be their path to immortality, but something went wrong, Elena intuited, studying the patterns with keen eyes. Indeed, the magic became unstable, spreading beyond their control. I was called to help contain it, and in our desperation, we enacted a terrible solution. The entire kingdom voluntarily underwent the transformation, their combined crystalline forms creating a magical barrier that contained the spell's power. A council member slammed his fist on the table. Are you saying we're standing on top of an entire kingdom of crystal people? Beneath the soil of this valley lie thousands, their sacrifice forgotten by time. But now something has disturbed their rest, and the old magic rises once more. The next days were a race against time. While Elena worked to slow the plague's spread with containment spells, Gandalf delved deep into the ancient ruins beneath the valley. In chambers of crystal and gold, he found what he had hoped to discover: the Twilight Sword, an artifact of his own making that he had left behind as a key to unlock the magic if it ever needed to be released. But the sword was not alone in the depths. A figure emerged from the crystalline shadows: Lord Azurite, the last king of the Crystal Kingdom, his form perfectly preserved in transparent stone. Through ancient magic, his consciousness remained aware through the millennia. We knew this day would come. The Crystal King's voice echoed in Gandalf's mind. The spell was never meant to last forever. We waited for one who would understand both the power and the price of transformation. Understanding dawned in Gandalf's ancient eyes. The plague isn't a curse spreading out of control. It's a deliberate awakening. Our people chose this form to contain the magic until a time when the world was ready for its return. The crystallization spreading above is not a disease to be cured, but a transformation to be guided. Gandalf raced back to the surface, the Twilight Sword glowing with inner fire in his hands. He found Elena in the town square, struggling to contain a particularly aggressive outbreak of the crystal plague. "Stop fighting it," he called out. "The magic isn't trying to kill them, it's trying to protect them." Understanding transformed Elena's features. Working together, they began to guide the crystallization, rather than resist it. Gandalf used the Twilight Sword to attune the new transformations to the ancient network of crystal beings below, while Elena's healing magic helped ease the transition for those undergoing the change. The climax came at midnight, when the moon hung full and heavy over Silver Vale. The ancient Crystal Kingdom began to rise, not as ruins, but as a living city of light and magic. The newly transformed villagers found themselves able to move within their crystal forms. Their consciousness expanded to connect with the ancient minds that had slumbered beneath their feet for thousands of years. Lord Azurite emerged into moonlight for the first time in millennia, his crystalline form radiating wisdom and power. The transformed villagers gathered around him, no longer afraid, but filled with wonder at their new existence. "The time of isolation is over," the Crystal King declared. "Our long vigil was not just for preservation, but for preparation. The world needs the crystal magic once more, not as a path to immortality, but as a bridge between the physical and the magical." Elena, who had chosen to undergo the transformation herself, discovered she could still heal, but now her powers worked through the crystal networks, able to reach and mend in ways she never could before. As dawn broke over the transformed Silver Vale, Gandalf stood with the Twilight Sword planted in the earth before him. The town had become a wonder of crystal and light, its inhabitants learning to exist in both flesh and crystal forms, able to shift between states as needed. Sometimes he mused to Elena, who stood beside him in her shimmering crystal form. What we perceive as a curse is simply change seeking its proper course. The true wisdom lies not in fighting transformation, but in learning to guide it. The crystal plague that had terrified the valley became known as the Crystal Awakening, marking the return of an ancient magic to the world. Silver Vale became a center of crystal magic once more, its inhabitants the living bridge between past and present, flesh and crystal, the physical and the magical. As Gandalf prepared to depart, he looked back at the transformed valley, where crystal spires caught the morning light and cast rainbows across the land. The Twilight Sword would remain, no longer a key to unlock the past, but a symbol of the harmony between old magic and new understanding. All curses, he reminded himself, can become blessings if we only have the wisdom to see their true purpose. With that thought, he turned and walked into the morning mist, leaving Silver Vale to shine as a beacon of transformation and hope in an ever-changing world. Story 5. The crystal spires of Luminaria pierced the clouds like shards of starlight thrust into the heavens, their surfaces catching the setting sun and fracturing it into 1,000 rainbow paths across the ancient city. Yet Gandalf the Grey's weathered face showed only concern as he observed the great crystal heart at the city's center, its pulse, once strong and steady as a dragon's heartbeat, now flickered like a candle in the wind. The wizard's gnarled hand traced the runes etched into the crystal's base, each symbol awakening memories he had carefully locked away centuries ago. These were not just decorative markings, but the last testament of the Crystal Guardians, a powerful order of mages whose sacrifice had saved the realm an age ago. The light dims faster than we feared, came a voice like chimes in the wind. Seraphina Lightweaver, the city's young archmage, approached with her crystal staff, creating soft echoes against the marble floor. Her silver hair caught the failing light of the crystal heart, creating a halo that reminded Gandalf of the ancient guardians he had known so long ago. These crystals were never meant to last forever, Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with the weight of ancient knowledge. What your people remember as eternal protectors, I remember as a desperate solution to a threat few now recall. In the grand archive chamber of Luminaria's celestial tower, Gandalf unrolled scrolls so old their edges crumbled at his touch. Before the assembled council of mages, he revealed the truth that had been hidden for millennia. The crystal heart and its network of spires were not created merely as a source of power and protection, he explained, his finger tracing the complex diagrams. They are a prison containing an entity of such profound darkness that it threatened to consume all light in the world. The council chambers erupted in whispers as Gandalf continued. The Crystal Guardians didn't simply vanish, as your histories claim. They sacrificed themselves, transmuting their very essences into the crystal matrix to create a cage of pure light. But now, that cage was failing. Throughout the city, the smaller crystals that drew power from the heart were growing dim. In the outer districts, shadows lengthened where eternal light had once reigned, and ancient wards began to unravel like worn tapestries. Seraphina, whose natural affinity for crystal magic had marked her as special from childhood, worked tirelessly with Gandalf to understand the complex spellwork of their ancestors. In the deepest chambers beneath the city, they discovered archives that had been sealed since the time of the Crystal Guardians. There, Gandalf pointed to a mural depicting a ritual circle. The original binding was performed here, in the Chamber of First Light. And look, the figures in the circle, Seraphina gasped. They're not just channeling power into the crystals. They're becoming the crystals. Their discovery came not a moment too soon. That night, the crystal heart's pulse faltered dramatically, and in the sudden darkness, something stirred in the depths below the city. The entity that the Guardians had imprisoned was awakening, its darkness seeping through weakening crystal walls like ink through parchment. Gandalf stood before the council once more, but this time with purpose rather than revelation. "We cannot simply repair the prison," he declared. The magic of the Crystal Guardians was unique to them, born from understanding of light and crystal that has been lost to time. "We must forge a new solution." Working through the night, Gandalf and Seraphina discovered that the Crystal Heart wasn't just a prison, it was a transformer. The original Guardians hadn't simply contained the darkness. They had been gradually purifying it, transmuting its destructive power into the very light that had protected the city for so long. The prison was never meant to be eternal, Gandalf realized. It was meant to last until the darkness could be fully transformed. But something went wrong in the original spell. The transformation stalled, incomplete. The entity's stirring grew stronger, its darkness seeping up through the city's foundations. Citizens reported shadows that moved against the light, and an oppressive weight that pressed against the mind, like a physical force. The climax came during the longest night of the year. As the entity's darkness threatened to overwhelm the failing crystal network, Gandalf and Seraphina enacted their desperate plan. Rather than trying to reinforce the prison, they would complete the transformation that the original Guardians had begun. In the Chamber of First Light, they gathered all the mages of Luminaria. The chamber's walls were lined with crystals that still held echoes of the original Guardians' power. As Gandalf began the incantation, each crystal began to sing with harmonic resonance. "The darkness cannot be destroyed." Gandalf's voice rang out over the crystal song. "But it can be transformed." Light and shadow, creation and destruction, they are not enemies to be separated, but polarities to be balanced. Seraphina, standing at the heart of the ritual circle, became the focus point for the new spell. Her natural affinity for crystal magic made her the perfect conduit to bridge past and present, light and shadow. The power that flowed through her was almost overwhelming, but she stood firm, guided by both Gandalf's ancient wisdom and her own innate understanding of crystal harmonics. The entity of darkness rose up through the city like a tide of living shadow, drawn to the chamber by the pull of the spell. But instead of fighting against it, the crystal network now welcomed it, channeling its power through pathways of transformation that the original Guardians had designed but never completed. When dawn broke over Luminaria, it illuminated a city transformed. The crystal spires no longer pierced the sky like weapons against the dark, but rose in harmony with it, their light now containing depths and subtleties that the stark brightness of before had never known. The entity of darkness had not been destroyed or imprisoned, but transformed and integrated, its power now part of the natural cycle of light and shadow that gave the city new vitality. The crystal heart pulsed with renewed strength, but its light was different now, richer, more complex, holding both brilliance and shadow in perfect balance. The citizens of Luminaria discovered that their crystal magic had evolved, capable now of working with both light and shadow in ways that their ancestors had only dreamed of. As Gandalf prepared to leave the transformed city, Seraphina joined him at the great gates. "We thought we were meant to be guardians of light against darkness," she said, watching the play of shadow and brilliance across the crystal spires. "But our true destiny was to help forge a harmony between them." Gandalf smiled, his ancient eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "The greatest magic often lies not in maintaining the separations of the past, but in finding the unity that has always existed beneath them." Behind him, Luminaria shone in the morning light, its crystal towers now a testament not to the power of eternal light, but to the beauty that comes when ancient oppositions are finally brought into harmony. The legacy of the Crystal Guardians lived on, not as warriors in an eternal battle against darkness, but as pioneers who had begun a journey of transformation that their descendants had finally completed. Story 6. The first sign of the curse manifested in the heart of the Fangren forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Gandalf the Grey stood in a moonlit clearing, his legendary staff raised to illuminate a path for a group of travelers he had sworn to protect. But as he channeled his power, something felt wrong. The familiar warmth of magic turned cold in his veins, and for a brief moment, his staff's light flickered with an ominous crimson hue. The wizard's eyes narrowed as he felt a familiar darkness stirring within the ancient wood, a darkness he had not encountered since the First Age, when Morgoth's shadow still plagued the lands. His staff, faithful companion through countless battles, seemed to pulse with a hunger that had nothing to do with its usual purpose. "What troubles you, old friend?" came the deep, rumbling voice of Trebord, the eldest of the Ents, who had been watching from the forest's edge. "Something stirs in the deep magic," Gandalf replied, studying his staff with concern. "A corruption I had hoped never to see again. In the days that followed, each spell cast took more of his strength than it should have." The staff's power remained potent, perhaps even growing stronger, but at a terrible cost. Gandalf could feel his very essence being drawn into the ancient wood, as if the staff were feeding on his life force itself. Research in the great libraries of Minas Tirith revealed a chilling truth. His staff, like all artifacts of the Astari, had been crafted in an age when Morgoth's influence still lingered in the very fabric of creation. The Dark Lord had placed a subtle curse upon all such items of power asleeping malevolence that would eventually awaken and turn the tools of light against their wielders. In the White City's highest tower, Gandalf encountered Earail, a young sorceress with wild, untamed magic that seemed to flow directly from the heart of Middle-earth itself. Her eyes widened as she sensed the darkness growing within his staff. "The curse feeds on structured magic," she explained, her voice carrying the wisdom of one who had learned from nature rather than books. "The more you try to control and channel it, the stronger it becomes, but abandoning his staff was not an option. Dark forces were gathering in the east, and the free peoples of Middle-earth needed every weapon they could muster. Yet with each passing day, the cost of wielding its power grew higher. The solution, when it came, arrived in an unexpected form. Deep in the northern wastes, where the aurora danced across the night sky, Gandalf encountered Verlith, a magnificent dragon who had survived from the First Age, not through power or violence, but by learning to live in harmony with the natural flow of magic. "Your staff's hunger comes from its resistance to change," the dragon spoke, its voice like wind through ancient caves. "It seeks to maintain the rigid patterns of its creation, even as the world's magic evolves. That resistance has created a void that can only be filled by consuming the life force of its wielder, together with Earail, whose wild magic provided a counterpoint to his structured spells. Gandalf began a dangerous ritual beneath the dancing lights of the aurora. The goal was not to purge the staff of its darkness, but to transform it to help it evolve beyond the limitations Morgoth's curse had placed upon it. The ritual lasted 3 days and 3 nights. The aurora above swirled and pulsed in response to their magic, its colors reflecting in the crystalline ice beneath their feet. Verlith circled overhead, his ancient wisdom helping to guide the transformation. But the curse fought back. Dark tendrils of magic erupted from the staff, trying to maintain their hold. Shadows of ancient beings long defeated manifested in the ice, their forms twisted with malice. Gandalf felt his strength being drained faster than ever before, as the staff tried desperately to sustain itself in the only way it knew how. In that moment of crisis, Earail proved her worth beyond measure. Instead of fighting against the staff's hunger, She opened herself to it completely, allowing her wild magic to flow freely into the artifact. The staff, accustomed to feeding on structured, controlled power, found itself overwhelmed by the pure, chaotic energy of nature itself. The transformation, when it came, was breathtaking. The aurora above seemed to pour down from the sky, wrapping around the staff in ribbons of living light. The dark wood lightened and began to pulse with colors that had no names in any mortal tongue. Most importantly, the hunger that had driven it to feed on its wielder's essence was transformed into something new, a symbiotic relationship where power flowed freely in both directions. "It is beautiful," Verlith rumbled approvingly. No longer a tool that must be controlled, but a living channel for the magic that flows through all things. The staff had become something unique in all of Middle-earth, a bridge between the structured magic of the Astari and the wild power of nature itself. Its light now carried hints of aurora, and its power drew strength from the natural world around it rather than its wielder's life force. But the transformation came with its own challenges. The staff's power was now less predictable, more like a wild river than a controlled stream. Gandalf had to learn to work with it in new ways, to suggest rather than command, to guide rather than control. Arahale remained with him for a time, helping him understand this new relationship with magic. "The curse was born of a desire for absolute control," she explained. "Its transformation shows us a different path, one where power comes not from domination, but from harmony." In the years that followed, the staff became known by a new name among the wise, the Staff of Aurora. Its power was different from before, but no less potent. In times of peace, it could call forth gentle lights that danced like the northern stars. In battle, it could channel the raw power of nature itself, unpredictable but unstoppable. More importantly, the breaking of the curse revealed a truth that would shape Gandalf's understanding of magic forever. True power lay not in control, but in the wisdom to work in harmony with forces greater than oneself. Verlith remained a friend and advisor, occasionally appearing when great matters were in motion. Arahale went on to establish a new school of magic that bridged the gap between structured and wild power. And Gandalf, with his transformed staff, continued his wanderings through Middle-earth, now serving as a living example that even the darkest curses could be transformed by understanding, patience, and the courage to embrace change. When asked about the staff's transformation, Gandalf would often smile and say, "Sometimes the greatest magic lies not in fighting the darkness, but in helping it find its way to the light." And those who looked closely might see the aurora's colors dancing in the staff's light, a constant reminder that magic, like life itself, was meant to flow free. Story 7. The summons came on a moonless night, carried by a wind that whispered with the voices of the Valar themselves. Gandalf stood atop the white towers of Minas Tirith, his ancient eyes fixed upon the western horizon, where the stars seemed to dim one by one, as if being swallowed by an unseen darkness. The message was clear in its urgency, yet cryptic in its detail. Valinor calls, Ol Rin. The immortal realm bleeds shadow. Few things could disturb the eternal peace of the undying lands, and fewer still could prompt the Valar to call upon one of their emissaries so directly. Gandalf's heart grew heavy with concern as he prepared for the journey that few mortals had ever undertaken, the return to Valinor itself. The path west was known to few, hidden in the spaces between the worlds breathing. Gandalf's ship, crafted by the last elven shipwrights of Middle-earth, sailed on winds that existed beyond mortal knowledge. The sea beneath grew steadily more ethereal, until the waves themselves seemed to be made of liquid starlight. As Valinor's shores emerged from the mists, Gandalf immediately sensed the wrongness. The immortal realm's legendary golden light had dimmed, and shadows crept where none should exist. The very air trembled with an unnatural tension, like a bowstring drawn too tight. On the crystal shores, he was met by NW, herald of man himself. The mayor's usually radiant form seemed muted, as if seen through darkened glass. The corruption spreads quickly, NW said without preamble. We believed at first it was merely a disturbance in the fabric of reality, but it is something far worse. Come, through the eternal gardens of Valinor they walked, where even the immortal flowers seemed to turn away from patches of creeping darkness that defied the natural order. In the distance, the great mountain of Taniquetil rose into clouds that roiled with unnatural colors. It began 3 days ago, NW explained as they walked. Portals, opening like wounds in the very fabric of our realm. Through them seeps the essence of the void itself, the nothingness that exists between worlds. But these are no natural formations. They reached a clearing where one such portal hung in the air, like a tear in reality itself. Around its edges, reality seemed to fray, and the darkness that seeped from it moved with purpose, as if guided by an unseen will. Someone is creating these portals deliberately, Gandalf said, his voice grave. But who would have both the power and the desire to assault Valinor itself? The answer came in a form he never expected. As he studied the portal's edges, he felt a familiar resonance in its magic, one he had not encountered in over 1,000 years. No, he whispered. It cannot be, but it was. The magic but the unmistakable signature of LOTR, one of his own apprentices from ages past. One of 2 wizards sent east who had never returned, long thought lost to the mysteries of the far lands. Your former pupil lives, NW confirmed, but his heart has been twisted by centuries of bitter exile. He believes the Valar abandoned Middle-earth to darkness, and now he seeks revenge through these portals. Each one draws more of the void into Valinor, threatening to corrupt the very source of light itself. The search for LOTR led them through the deepest reaches of Valinor, to places where even the Valar seldom walked. Each portal they found was larger than the last, and the shadows that emerged from them grew bolder, taking forms that mocked the natural world. In the Valley of Ancient Whispers, they finally confronted him. LOTR had changed beyond recognition, his once blue robes now the color of twilight, his eyes holding the emptiness of the void itself. Around him, reality twisted and warped, responding to his corrupted power. Master, he said, his voice carrying echoes of endless empty spaces. Have you come to witness my vengeance against those who abandoned us? They never abandoned Middle-earth, Gandalf replied, his staff blazing with inner light. They trusted in the strength of its people, in their ability to stand against darkness. As we were meant to trust, LOTR laughed, and the sound sent shivers through the fabric of reality. While we struggled in the east, fighting battles no one will ever sing about, they sat here in their eternal paradise. No more. Let them feel what it means to face the void alone. The battle that followed shook the foundations of Valinor itself. LOTR's mastery of void magic clashed against Gandalf's power of light and hope. Around them, shadow creatures fought with beings of pure radiance, summoned by NW. But as they fought, Gandalf began to understand. Each portal wasn't just pulling darkness into Valinor, it was pulling pain, bitterness, and thousands of years of perceived abandonment. LOTR's magic was powered by his own suffering, his own sense of betrayal. In that moment of understanding, Gandalf lowered his staff. Show me, he said simply. Surprised, LOTR hesitated. Then, with a gesture, he opened a portal larger than any before. But this one didn't spew darkness instead. It showed visions of the East, of countless battles fought in shadow, of civilizations saved and lost, of victories unsung and sacrifices unremembered. I see your pain, Gandalf said softly. But consider this, the Valar didn't abandon us to these battles. They trusted us to fight them, because they knew the strength that dwells in every free heart. Your victories, though unsung in Valinor, live in the freedom of every eastern realm you protected. Something shifted in LOTR's eyes, a flicker of the wisdom that had once led to his selection as one of the Istari. The portals around them trembled. The void you've touched, Gandalf continued, it offers power, but at the cost of everything you once fought to protect. You didn't fail in your mission, LOTR. You succeeded beyond imagining. Don't let the darkness take that victory from you now. The battles came not with a thunderous clash of powers, but with a simple choice. LOTR, looking upon the paradise he had sought to destroy, and the master who had never stopped believing in him, lowered his hands. The portals began to close, one by one, the void retreating before the returning light of Valinor. The healing took time. The Valar themselves helped to cleanse the corruption from their realm, while Gandalf worked to heal his former apprentice's wounded spirit. LOTR's knowledge of the East, though gained at terrible cost, proved invaluable in understanding the growing darkness in the world. In the end, LOTR chose to remain in Valinor, not as a prisoner, but as a guardian against the very forces he had once embraced. His experience with the void gave him unique insight into protecting against its influence. As Gandalf prepared to return to Middle-earth, LOTR spoke one last time to his old master. I sought to punish them for what I perceived as abandonment, he said, but in doing so, I abandoned everything I once was. Thank you for helping me remember. Gandalf smiled. Sometimes the greatest darkness we face is not in the void between worlds, but in the shadows of our own hearts. Remember that light can return even to the darkest places, and so Gandalf returned to Middle-earth, carrying with him a deeper understanding of both darkness and redemption. The shadows that had threatened Valinor were sealed away, but more importantly, a lost soul had found its way back to the light. In the years that followed, when asked about the fate of the Blue Wizards, Gandalf would simply smile and say, "Not all who wander in darkness are lost forever." Story 8, deep in the misty mountains, where ancient shadows danced across cave walls and the very stones whispered secrets of ages past, Gandalf the Grey made a discovery that would shake the foundations of all he believed. In a chamber untouched by mortal hands for millennia, half buried in crystalline formations that seemed to grow like frozen starlight, lay the mirror of the Istari, an artifact so old it predated even the coming of the wizards to Middle-earth. The mirror's surface rippled like liquid moonlight, its frame crafted from a metal unknown to any race of Middle-earth, inscribed with runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. Gandalf had heard tales of this artifact, whispered in the highest towers of the White Council, but had dismissed them as legend. Now, standing before it, he felt its power calling to him like a song half remembered from a dream. So, he murmured, his words echoing in the crystal chamber, "Not all the great treasures of the elder days are lost." As his fingers brushed the mirror's frame, visions flooded his mind, not mere reflections, but glimpses of truth that cut through all deceit. He saw Saruman the White in his Tower of Orthanc, but not as the world knew him. Behind his noble bearing lurked shadows of corruption, threads of darkness woven so subtly that none had noticed their gradual spread. But this was merely the beginning. The mirror's power surged through Gandalf's consciousness, revealing a web of corruption that stretched across Middle-earth. Among the highest councils of elves, men, and dwarves, he saw figures whose outward nobility masked hearts turned to shadow. The truth struck him like a physical blow. Saruman was not the first to fall. An ancient order of corrupted wizards had existed in secret for thousands of years, their influence spreading like poison through the roots of every free society. By all the Valor, Gandalf breathed, his hands trembling on his staff. How long has this darkness festered? A sound behind him made him turn sharply. There, emerging from the shadows, came a sight that defied belief, a Balrog, but unlike any he had ever encountered. This creature's flames burned with a cold blue light, and in its eyes shone not rage but ancient sorrow. They imprisoned me here, the Balrog spoke, its voice like distant thunder. When I discovered their truth and refused to join them, Gandalf raised his staff, but something in the creature's bearing gave him pause. The mirror's surface flickered, and in it, he saw the Balrog's true nature, one of the few of its kind who had rejected Morgoth's corruption, paying an eternal price for its choice. I am Elthine, the Balrog said, naming itself after the greatest of all elven heroines. And like you, I have seen through their deceptions. In the days that followed, Gandalf and Elthine forged an unlikely alliance. The Balrog's knowledge of the ancient world, combined with Gandalf's understanding of the present, began to unravel a conspiracy that stretched back to the First Age. The corrupted order had been subtle, patient, working through intermediaries and cat's paws, never showing their true face to the world. Their search for allies led them to unexpected places. In the depths of Mirkwood, they found a dragon who had maintained his nobility by sleeping through the ages of corruption. In the far northern wastes, they discovered the last survivor of the Blue Wizards, who had gone into exile rather than succumb to the hidden darkness. But their enemies were powerful and numerous. As Gandalf used the mirror to expose their agents, the corrupted wizards abandoned their secrecy for direct action. Storms of unnatural magic swept across Middle-earth. Ancient seals were broken, releasing creatures that should have remained imprisoned until the end of time. The mirror showed Gandalf the key to victory, but the price was terribly high. The power that sustained the corrupted order came from an artifact of their own, a dark mirror, twin to the one Gandalf had found, that twisted and corrupted the natural flow of magic in Middle-earth. To destroy their power, Elthine explained, both mirrors must shatter simultaneously, but the backlash of such magic could destroy everything near them. Gandalf finished grimly, including those who break them. The final battle took place in a hidden valley where the very laws of nature had begun to unravel under the strain of competing magics. Gandalf, Elthine, and their small band of unlikely allies faced the full might of the corrupted order. The air itself seemed to burn with clashing spells as wizards who had hidden their true nature for millennia finally revealed their full power. At the crucial moment, when hope seemed lost, Gandalf understood what the mirror had been trying to show him all along. The true power of the Istari lay not in their magic, but in their ability to inspire others to greatness. As his companions held back the enemy's forces, Gandalf began to sing not a spell, but a song of awakening that called to every free spirit in Middle-earth. The response was beyond anything he could have imagined. From every corner of the land, power flowed into the mirror. The combined will of elves, men, dwarves, and all free peoples surged through the artifact, purifying its power. The dark mirror cracked under the strain, its corruption unable to withstand the pure light of so many uncorrupted souls. In the end, both mirrors shattered, their destruction sending a wave of cleansing magic across Middle-earth. The corrupted wizards were not destroyed but transformed, their true natures revealed to all, their power broken. Some fled into the void, while others remained to face judgment. Their long deception finally ended. Elthine survived, though changed. The backlash of power had transformed the Balrog, not back to its original form, but into something new, a being of blue flame that chose to retreat into the deepest mountains, emerging only in times of greatest need. Gandalf emerged from the battle changed as well. Though the mirror was destroyed, its final gift remained the ability to see through to the heart of things, to recognize truth beneath any deception. More importantly, he had learned that the greatest power lay not in ancient artifacts or secret knowledge, but in the combined will of all those who chose to stand against darkness. In the years that followed, when asked about the mirror and its power, Gandalf would simply smile and say, "The truest mirror is the light we see reflected in each other's hearts." But those who had stood with him in that final battle knew the full truth that sometimes the greatest victories come not from destroying evil, but from bringing light to the darkest places. And so the mirror of the Astari passed into legend, but its legacy lived on in every act of courage that exposed deception, in every moment when truth triumphed over lies. For as Gandalf had learned, the power to see truth was already within all free peoples. They needed only the courage to open their eyes and look. Story 9. The first snowflake fell in midsummer, a crystalline impossibility that drifted past Gandalf's window in the libraries of Minas Tirith. The Grey Wizard paused in his reading, his ancient eyes following its descent with growing concern. By nightfall, snow blanketed the White City, and the air carried whispers of an unnatural cold that no fire could fully dispel. In the days that followed, reports arrived from the northern kingdoms, forests freezing in an instant, their leaves transformed into delicate crystal chimes, rivers stopping mid-flow, their waters trapped in translucent prisons of ice, entire villages encased in frost, so deep it seemed to glow with an inner light. This was no natural winter, but something far more ancient and terrible. Gandalf stood atop the highest tower of Minas Tirith, his gray robes whipping in the bitter wind as he gazed northward. The stars above shone with unusual brightness through air too cold for clouds to form. In that crystalline clarity, he felt a presence he had not sensed since the first age of Middle-earth, a power that belonged to the dawn of time. "So," he murmured, his breath forming ice crystals in his beard, "the Queen of Winter has awakened. She had been one of the Mire like himself, but had chosen a different path. Where Gandalf had been sent to guide and protect, Irithyll the Ice-Crowned had become one with the primal forces of winter itself." Some said she had retreated into the void between worlds when Morgoth was defeated. Others believed she slept in the heart of a glacier at the world's edge. Now she had returned, and Gandalf knew there must be a reason. The wizard's journey north was a battle against ever-worsening conditions. Even astride Shadowfax, the mightiest of horses, progress was slow through the deepening snow. Villages they passed were eerily silent, their inhabitants huddled inside around dying fires. In the fields, crops stood like glass sculptures, beautiful but lethal in their sterility. At the edges of the ancient forest of Fangorn, Gandalf encountered the first of the Ice Wraith's translucent beings that danced on the wind, their hollow voices singing songs of eternal winter. They parted before his staff's light, but their presence confirmed his worst fears. These were creatures of the void, harbingers of a cold that could freeze the very soul. The heart of the spreading winter lay in the gray mountains, where legend said the first snows of Middle-earth had fallen. As Gandalf ascended the crystalline slopes, the air grew so cold that even breathing became painful. Yet within this hostile environment, he sensed something else, a rhythm, like a heartbeat, pulsing through the ice itself. In a vast chamber carved from living ice, he found her. Irithyll, the Queen of Winter, stood motionless as a sculpture, her form both beautiful and terrible. Her hair was like frozen starlight, her skin the blue-white of glacier ice, and her eyes held the depth of frozen oceans. Around her, Reality itself seemed to freeze, time slowing to a glacial crawl. "You have come, Mithrander." Her voice rang like ice chimes in the wind. "Have you brought fire to melt my works?" "I have come to understand," Gandalf replied, his staff glowing with inner warmth. "This is not like you, Irithyll. You are ever the sculptor of winter's beauty, not its weapon of destruction." A shadow passed across her crystalline features. "Beauty? Look deeper, gray pilgrim. What do you see beneath the ice?" At her gesture, the chamber's walls became transparent, revealing something that made even Gandalf's ancient heart grow cold. Far below, trapped in the mountain's frozen heart, lay a darkness that pulsed with malevolent life. Tendrils of shadow writhed against their icy prison, testing, seeking, trying to break free. "He stirs," Irithyll said softly. "Morgoth's spirit grows stronger." The void could not hold him forever, and now he seeks to return through the weakening places between worlds. "My ice is all that holds him back." Understanding dawned like a winter sunrise in Gandalf's mind. "You're not trying to destroy the lands, you're creating a barrier. The cold of the void is the only thing he truly fears," she nodded. "I can hold him back, but the price is the freezing of half the world." Unless what? "Unless we work together, Mithrander. Your fire, my ice combined. They could create a seal strong enough to hold him back without sacrificing the lands above. But it would require everything we have. Everything we are." Gandalf stood silent, weighing the choice before him. To combine their powers at such a level would change them both forever. Yet the alternative was unthinkable: either half the world frozen in eternal winter, or Morgoth's return and the destruction of all. "There is another way," he said finally. "Not fire and ice alone, but the power of all the free peoples combined. Let me rally them, elves, men, dwarves, even the creatures of the forest. Together, we can create a barrier woven from the very essence of Middle-earth itself." Irithyll's eyes widened. "You would trust the fate of the world to mortals?" "I would trust it to life itself," Gandalf replied. "That is what Morgoth truly fears, not cold, not fire, but the undying spirit of those who refuse to submit to darkness." What followed was unlike anything seen since the First Age. Gandalf and Irithyll traveled the lands together, fire and ice in harmony rather than opposition. Where their powers combined, they created barriers of crystalline flame that burned cold and bright. The elves sang songs of binding, weaving their ancient magic into the barrier. Dwarven craftsmen forged runes of holding into the mountain's bones. Men and hobbits, though lacking in obvious magic, contributed something just as vital: their unshakable will to protect their homes and families. Even the Ents joined the effort, their deep, slow power helping to root the barrier, not just in space, but in the very fabric of reality. Layer by layer, a new kind of protection took shape: not a prison of ice or a wall of fire, but a living barrier that drew strength from the lands it protected. The final battle came as Morgoth made his bid for freedom, his darkness surging against the weakening ice. But where he expected to find only Irithyll's cold resistance, he met instead the combined will of all free peoples. The barrier held, and with a sound like the breaking of 1,000 winters, his spirit was driven back into the void. In the aftermath, Irithyll stood with Gandalf on a mountain peak, watching as spring returned to the thawing lands below. "You were right," she said softly. "I had forgotten what it meant to protect rather than simply imprison. Perhaps it is time I remembered my other duties as one of the Mire. The world needs winter," Gandalf replied, smiling. "But it needs winter as it was meant to be, a time of rest and renewal, not eternal imprisonment. Stay, Irithyll. Help us keep the balance." And so it was that the Queen of Winter remained in Middle-earth, no longer an exile in the frozen wastes, but a guardian of the natural cycle of seasons. The northern lands would always know her touch, but now it brought beauty rather than desolation. As for Gandalf, he had learned perhaps his most important lesson, that the greatest powers are not those that stand alone, but those that bring others together in common cause. In the years that followed, on the coldest winter nights, people would sometimes see two figures walking together through the snow, one gray, one gleaming like ice in starlight, and they would remember how the winter that almost became eternal instead became a legend of hope and unity. Story 10. The ancient tower of Weathertop stood silently against the twilight sky, its broken crown reaching towards the stars like gnarled fingers. At its peak, a solitary flame flickered not the warm orange of a campfire, but an ethereal blue that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Beside it sat Gandalf the Grey, his weathered hands hovering over the mysterious flame as his eyes searched the darkness below. Something was wrong. He had felt it for months now, a gradual weakening, like water slowly draining from a pool. His magic, once as natural as breathing, now required increasingly more effort. Each spell left him more drained than the last, and the weight of his staff felt heavier with each passing day. The blue flame wavered, and Gandalf felt a corresponding flutter in his chest. So, he murmured to the night air, "It has begun." In all his thousands of years walking Middle-earth, he had never felt true fear, not even in the face of Balrogs or dragons. But now, as he watched his power slowly dimming like a dying star, he felt its cold grip around his heart. Not for himself, he had lived more lives than any mortal could dream of, but for what it meant for the realms of men, elves, and all free peoples. The truth had come to him in fragments, pieces of an ancient puzzle finally falling into place. The Astari were more than mere guardians sent by the Veiler. They were vessels, living anchors that maintained the delicate balance of magic in Middle-earth. With Saruman's fall and Radagast's retreat into the wilderness, that burden had grown heavier. The mysterious disappearance of the blue wizards had further strained the balance. Now Gandalf alone remained to bear the weight of power that was meant to be shared by five. Dawn found him riding swiftly across the plains of Rohan, his trusted steed Shadowfax carrying him toward the one place where answers might still be found, the hidden valley of Imladris, known to men as Rivendell. The elven sanctuary held records and prophecies dating back to the First Age, and if there was any hope of understanding his condition and finding a solution, it lay within its ancient libraries. Lord Elrond met him at the gates, his ageless face grave with concern. "I have felt the disturbance in the weave of magic," the elven lord said without preamble. "The balance shifts, old friend, in the depths of Rivendell's libraries, amidst scrolls that crumbled at a touch and texts written in languages long forgotten. They found their answer. The Astari were never meant to be permanent guardians. They were caretakers, meant to identify and train those who would eventually take their place, mortals and immortals alike, who showed the potential to bear the burden of maintaining Middle-earth's magical balance. Three must be found," Elrond read from a text so ancient, it seemed to whisper with the voices of ages past. "Three to replace the five, for the world grows smaller and the magic thins. But choose wisely, Grey Pilgrim, for the wrong choice could upset the balance forever." The search began immediately. Gandalf traveled across Middle-earth, testing those with magical potential, seeking hearts strong enough to bear the weight of such power without being corrupted by it. Time was not on his side each day. He felt his strength ebbing further. His first candidate appeared in the most unlikely of places, the Shire. Young Peregrine Took, nephew of his old friend Pippin, showed an extraordinary sensitivity to magic that went beyond mere hobbit sense. Where other hobbits merely felt uneasy around magical things, young Perry could see the threads of power themselves, describing them as dancing lights in the air, the second potential successor he found in the forests of Mirkwood, Arenel. An elven exile who had discovered she could communicate with the trees in ways even the oldest wood elves could not. She had been cast out for practicing what her people considered forbidden magic, but Gandalf saw in her abilities echoes of the power that had shaped Middle-earth itself. The third candidate was the most controversial, and potentially the most dangerous. In the far northern wastes, Gandalf encountered a young man named Morinheader, whose very blood hummed with powerful magic. After much research, the wizard made a shocking discovery. The young man was a direct descendant of Morgoth himself, though many generations removed. Yet despite his dark heritage, Morinheader used his abilities only to protect the isolated settlements of the north from creatures of darkness. As Gandalf observed his three candidates, he began to understand why the original Istari had been chosen as they were. Power alone was not enough. It required wisdom, compassion, and above all, the strength to resist temptation. Each of his candidates possessed great potential, but each also carried their own dangers. Perry's innocence and natural goodness were remarkable, but would such a gentle soul be able to make the hard choices sometimes required of a guardian? Arenel's power was impressive, but her bitterness over her exile concerned him. And Morinheader, despite his noble intentions, carried within him a darkness that could never be fully erased. The decision weighed heavily on Gandalf as his power continued to fade. Then, on a moonless night, everything changed. A shadow of Mordor's ancient evil stirred in the east. Not Sauron returned, but something else, something that had waited in darkness for this very moment of vulnerability. With the magical balance of Middle-earth already precarious, even this lesser evil posed a grave threat. In that moment of crisis, Gandalf's three candidates proved their worth in unexpected ways. Perry's connection to the land itself revealed the enemy's movements. Arenel's forbidden magic proved to be exactly what was needed to counter the darkness. And Morinheader's heritage, rather than being a weakness, allowed him to understand and counter the enemy's powers in ways no other could. Working together, they formed a perfect balance: light and dark, innocence and experience, wild magic and ancient power. Gandalf realized that the choice was not between them, but rather how to unite them. The power of the Istari could be shared between all three, each supporting and balancing the others. In a ceremony atop Weathertop, where his journey of discovery had begun, Gandalf prepared to pass on his power. The blue flame that had flickered there months before now burned brightly, ready to be divided and transferred to his chosen successors. The time of the Istari, as you have known them, is ending, he told his three apprentices, but magic will remain in Middle-earth, transformed and renewed. You will be its guardians, not as I was, but in your own ways. The power you receive tonight is not a gift, it is a responsibility, a burden, and a trust. As the last of his power flowed into his chosen successors, Gandalf felt not diminished, but fulfilled. He had completed his task, not by finding a single perfect replacement, but by creating something new, a trinity of guardians who would usher in a new age of magic in Middle-earth. The gray wizard's form began to fade like morning mist, his task finally complete. Yet his voice lingered on the wind, carrying a final message to his successors. Remember, the greatest magic lies not in power itself, but in how we choose to use it. Guard well the flame of hope, for in it burns the future of all free peoples, and so ended the age of the Istari, not with darkness or despair, but with the kindling of new lights to guide Middle-earth into its future. The last flame of Gandalf became not an ending, but a beginning, a story that would be told for generations to come, of how the Grey Pilgrim's final and perhaps greatest act was not to save Middle-earth himself, but to ensure it would always have guardians to protect it.